basket and a soft lamp's glow, a stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme, stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Good morning, friends. It's been a crazy day. Look at the crazy hair. Everything's crazy today. Sorry to be late. We got new internet, so we switched from Bell to Kojiko, and that's when you realize how much of your life needs to be connected to the internet. And so things were not connecting, and it's like, oh no. Last night I was even trying to print and nothing would work. The whole system was crashing, and it was this morning I got it working. So it's just like, oh my gosh, this is craziness with the new internet and everything. It's one of those things you forget how much tech and everything requires internet. And so we've got like a new login. That's why things aren't connecting. So got to get everything all updated. That's where we're at. And we do this every few years. So I should be used to it by now, but apparently it took me by surprise. So here we are. I'm all sunburned from the weekend. And we were actually in town because the Highland Games came to our town this weekend, which doesn't happen for most people. So, and it was a gorgeous sunny day. I was out in the sunshine almost the whole time. So I definitely have sunglass lines, because even though I know I will get a sunburn if I wear my sunglasses, I can't see without them. So that's where we're at. And the band won, which is good. My son got a second place medal and he placed 5th in his Pembroke. So he had a good day out. And and I've just been kind of recovering. It was weird. Like Sunday, I felt hungover because it was just so much going on the day before. Too much sun, maybe not enough water, all the things. So that's sort of where I'm at right now. And it's like Tuesday and I'm scrambling. This is the craziest week for me so I'm here today, going to get tons of stuff done today. Tomorrow I'm at a police funeral in the city. So I've got to be gone. I'll be gone all day. And then I have a meeting at night with my MP. And so it's a board meeting. And then Thursday is graduation. And I think there's a band practice on Thursday night, and then Friday morning, first thing we hit the road. And then we're in Western Ontario, Southwest Ontario, Friday, and then Saturday till about 1 o'clock, I think. And then we have to turn around and head back. And then because Sunday we're right back at band practice and everything else. So it's craziness. And then next week, there's no sprints next week because we actually travel on the Tuesday for a competition on the Wednesday, which sounds weird, but the Wednesday is Canada Day. It's a holiday. There's games every year on that day. So we have 3 games in 8 days. So I'm kind of starting to freak out a little bit. Starting to freak out. Fortunately, like we have an RV, so we've got like a kitchen and everything. If we need to, we can just stop and grab groceries. There's places we can dump our tanks and refill and everything. So we'll be fine, but it's going to be a crazy week and a half starting today. So yeah, that's where we are at. So let me know how you're doing. How was your weekend? How was the rest of your week last week? Definitely something that we're not going to do today is crash Restream or crash the internet, because that was no fun last week. We're going to have a solid 6 hours together of hanging out. We're going to play some bingo this afternoon. We'll do show and tell for the final hour. And what else? I'm going to knit. I'm going to read. I have to make sandwiches for the funeral because the bandies can only carry what they can carry. And so that's usually their pipes and their drums. And then if anything can fit into their sporran, they can carry that. So I go with them as a civilian and I bring their lunch and everything. So we're the only band that does that. And we're the only band that wins. So, team spirit, right? So that's what I'm going to do this afternoon is get all the sandwiches made, get the cooler ready to go, get some knitting done, read my book. I'm reading Wayward right now. I started reading The Last House Guest and I couldn't do it. I don't know what it is about it. It's the writing style I don't like. When you like, have you ever had a conversation with somebody and you feel like you've walked into the middle of the conversation because you're like, I really don't understand what you're saying or what this is about or what you're referencing. It's kind of like that. Like the character in the story, she knows her story, she knows her life, but she's not telling us. It's just sort of her thoughts. It's almost like a Dear Diary that we're reading where it's like, oh, had a thought about this. And so yeah, that was The Last House Guest. And I was really looking forward to reading it too, but I couldn't do it. So I started Wayward instead. And these are my summer ween books. There's some like beachy books and some witchy books. So I'm alternating. So Wayward is one of my witchy ones. So that's what I'm going to read today. I'm working on the pink pearly scarf that I started months ago and I'm now returning to. Now I'm trying to finish things that I start. So that's my mission for the summer, because I know once September comes, I'm going to want to do autumn knitting, Christmas knitting, all that sort of thing. So that's what I'm up to today. And as I'm even saying all of this, I'm panicking on the inside, thinking, how am I going to get all this done? I don't know. So we'll check out the chat and see what's going on. Lola's saying hello. And Susan is here. Yay. I hope you're feeling better. Are you back to 100% now? Because I've been a little worried about you. I know you weren't feeling well there for a while. And Lola's saying, hi, Susan, how have you been? And Susan's saying, Lola, how are you? What are your plans for sprints? And Lola's saying, I'm okay, thank you. For the first sprint, be making lunch. And hopefully we found out what lunch is. And Lola's saying, going to feed everyone while we're here. Thank you for your patience, everyone, as I was trying to get myself sorted out. And Susan's saying she's on the mend. Finally, good. Glad to hear that. And that was me saying, I'm struggling out here with the interwebs. And Susan said, no worries. Thank you. Yes, thanks for just hanging out, waiting for me. And because Lola was texting me and I'm like, I'm trying. And Lola's gonna have steamed broccoli and pierogies and sausage. Yum. That actually sounds really good. And Susan's saying, yummy, yeah, absolutely. And Lola's saying to Susan, I'm glad you're doing better. Susan's saying, thank you. And Susan saying, your son did well. Sounds like a good weekend, but exhausting. Yes, he had a great day. A lot of big emotions. And, but yeah, it was so tiring. It was really, like I did about 13,000 steps on Saturday, which is not an awful lot. I also didn't feel like I walked a lot, but I don't know. The next day I was just done, just so tired. And we have like a camp bed thing. Like it's like a bed that's on like a stand and then it's got an air mattress. So my husband blew up the air mattress and I went outside and laid in the sun on the bed. And my dog is very happy because he's like, we can be in bed and outside at the same time. So he loves it. So we just hung out, rested, had a quiet day, which was nice. And Lola's saying, that's how I felt Sunday. I could hardly function. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't normally feel like that. So I don't, like, I literally felt like I was hungover, but I don't drink. So I was like, how am I hungover? Yeah. And Susan's saying, Lola, are you feeling better? And Lola's saying, yes, it was just Sunday. It was awful. And I didn't know why. Yeah. Maybe chemtrails or something. I don't know. And Susan's saying, thankful you're better. That sounds miserable. Yeah. And Lola's saying it was, I don't recommend it. Yeah. And Lola's asking Susan what she's working on today. And Susan's saying, listening to books, starting out with the Cherkley Court Conundrum. We'll look that one up. So this is Susan. Cherkley Court. And that's by Benedict Brown. I'm sure I'll easily find it within a couple clicks. And all right, we're at the bottom. We are at the bottom. Shall we dive into a sprint? I'm going to get something to eat and then grab my e-reader and start diving into my day. Where's my captions? We'll go till 12:30. And that gives us an hour and 10 minutes to sprint and get whatever we want done. Oh, the bot's woken up. Yay. Don't forget to tickle the like button. And don't forget to subscribe. And if you feel like it, share. And we'll move this down here. There we go. That should be okay. All right. Let me know what you're going to work on. I'm going to grab a salad and my e-reader and get some reading in before we tackle the afternoon's work. Okay. So we'll see you at 12:30. Stick around. Don't click out. Just stick around. And it's always make sure that you're actually live. I've noticed that YouTube is doing this weird thing where even if I'm watching someone live, the little thing at the bottom that says live, I'm not live. I'm behind. So if you feel like maybe you're missing something, just check that you've clicked the live button and it's red. And because, yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They're messing around with everyone again, making us doubt ourselves. Okay, everybody, happy sprinting. We'll see you at 12:30, so an hour and 9 minutes.
All right, how did we do? It was a good sprint. I made a salad, and so now I'm not starving anymore. And I'm about 10%, a little more than 10% into Wayward. So far, so good. I'm enjoying it. I like that it's 3 different timelines, 3 different women, and they're all very different. And I'm intrigued to see where this is going and how this will all converge together. And we've got quite a tense relationship in there, which is nice. So it's keeping me on edge so far. And it's one that so many people have read, and it's been on my TBR forever. So I just thought, well, this is the summer. We're going to read it. Let's see. I had let everybody know that there is a new blog on my Substack every Friday, and I've been creating a lot of cozy summer content. So there's recipes, there's entertaining ideas, playlists, patterns. There's all kinds of things in there. So. And it's free for the summer. The link is just above here, so you can subscribe for free. And like I said, I did June, July, August is all ready to go. So those will be popping up every Friday. And Red Pill came in. Hello. And I was saying hi to Red Pill, and Donna Marie came in saying, currently been in bed. Somehow I pulled a muscle in my back and need to make it feel better before my daughter's grad tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had said, oh no, I hope you're feeling better. This is like the worst time to be injured. As a mom of an 18-year-old, yeah, this is the worst week to have anything go wrong, whether it's being sick or hurt or anything. So we're sending all the Timu healing kitty to you. Cause yeah, and that grad is going to be like, what, 2 hours of sitting? Ugh, yeah. Maybe take an Advil and a little CBD or something might help loosen things up. Ren saying hello. Just finished Legends and Lattes and gave it 4 stars. I actually pulled that one up, and it sounds really cute. So it's on Goodreads. It has a 4.03 rating, and it's written by Travis Baldry. After a lifetime of bounties and bloodshed, Viv is hanging up her sword for the last time. The battle-weary orc aims to start fresh, opening the first ever coffee shop in the city of Thune. But old and new rivals stand in the way of success. Not to mention the fact that no one has the faintest idea what coffee actually is. Very, very cute. If Viv wants to put the blade behind her and make her plans a reality, she won't be able to go it alone. But the true rewards of the uncharted path are the travelers you meet along the way. And whether drawn together by ancient magic, flaky pastry, or a freshly brewed cup, they may become partners, family, and something deeper than she ever could have dreamed. That sounds really sweet. I'm actually going to pop that on my TBR for the winter time. That sounds really sweet. And I love the idea that it's like fantasy and cozy, that all happening at the same time, because, a coffee shop, but they don't know what coffee is. How cute is that? And Ren saying, need to charge my devices though. So while that's happening, I'll be watching YouTube. Nice. I was listening to a little bit of YouTube while I was eating as well. But my next read will be On Earth, We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong, I think is how you say that. I did pull it up, so we'll chat about it in a little bit. And Susan's saying hello to Ren. Legends and Lattes is on my TBR. Well, it's on mine now too. Yay. And Alicia's here. Hello. Just joining. About to make lunch for me and the kiddos. I do have to run an errand to the post office for a Pango order mailing. What's a Pango order? But working on my reading journal today. Pango. I feel like I know that word. Is it like a book thing? Is it like an online bookstore? I know that word. Lola's saying, how was the salad? What was in it? Nothing too interesting. It was literally a bag of like kale salad, and I threw some bacon on top and some French dressing. Nothing too interesting. Anne is here. Hello. Good afternoon. It's raining, so my arthritis pain is off the scale. Just got 4 new books delivered by the mailman. What books did you get? We need to know. And how was Whistler? It was called Whistler, right? That was your new Ann Patchett? I think it was called Whistler. Donna's saying, truly, yeah, the moms are, we're going through it this week. Grade 8 happened, grade 8 grad happened and wiped me out. Then Mother Nature's come and now I pulled back. I don't know how long it will be. Oh, girl, you need a big joint and a bottle of wine, I think, to get through this. Yeah, all the grads. I know there's a graduation tonight. There's a grad tonight, and then my son's grad is Thursday. So like everybody's graduating all this week. It is, yeah, and so we cannot have anything happen. So I do hope that it's like we're exhausted, a little Mother Nature, sore back. This is too much. Susan's saying to Anne, I'm so sorry about your pain, praying. Thank you. And Donna Marie's saying Legends and Lattes is such a good book series. Yes, it is a series. So if you're into that, if you like a good series, then that's it. And also Susan's book, we're going to chat about too in a minute. What was it? The Cherkley Court Conundrum. That's a series too. So there's lots of good series out there. And Susan's asking, Anne, what books did you get? And Alicia saying, I loved Legends and Lattes. I need to read the newest ones, Brigands and Bread Knives. I love all the cozy titles and themes. Like everything could be cozy. And Alicia saying, I got lunch sandwiches all around. Yay. That's awesome. I make sandwiches constantly because they're so easy. And then it's just everyone's fed and happy and done. Ren saying, Legends and Lattes was so cute. Mythical creatures discovering coffee, lattes, and cinnamon rolls is actually so adorable. Aw. That's really cute. I'll probably read it over the winter. John Marie saying, I think I'll take a nap. Good idea. Good idea. And I do hope you feel better. Alicia's saying Pango Books is a website where you can sell and buy books. Okay, got it. I knew it was a book thing. Somewhere deep in the vault, the word was looming. And Lola's saying, haven't seen you in a while, to Anne. And saying Whistler was beautiful. I want to reread it, but I have a never-ending pile. Yeah, I don't know who has time to reread a book. That's for sure. And Susan saying the cozy titles are so clever and fun, right? Like there's a series that I was looking at. There's like cozy mysteries, but it was like about a bakery, and all of them were just the cutest titles that like just make you want to crawl in and have a cup of coffee. Like they were just adorable. And I love all the clever titles. So that's a lot of fun. So let's see. Susan's book, The Cherkley Court Conundrum. That's a little bit of a mouthful, by Benedict Brown. I actually went to Goodreads. It's not there. Well, it kind of is there, but it's an arc. So Susan, did you get this one? Is this a NetGalley for you? Because if so, good, well done. I love seeing what people are getting from NetGalley. So the description, and it has no rating yet, so we don't know. A maid found bludgeoned, a priceless treasure stolen, and the likely suspect gone without a trace. When an old flame from Marius Quinn's past turns up at his door with knowledge of a shocking crime, he's drawn into a new case. A devoted maid has been brutally attacked, a valuable jewelry box stolen, and the head gardener has fled from the grand estate where they work. With his sleuthing partner, Lady Bella, alongside him, Marius descends on Cherkley Court, the home of the domineering business magnate, Lord Sheridan. But conflicting accounts from the man, his glamorous wife, and a trio of young artists and the troubled staff lead to more questions. Although plenty of evidence points to the missing gardener, Marius isn't convinced, and his hunch is proven right when the killer strikes again. Faced with a conspiracy that reaches into the heart of the household itself, can Marius and Bella unravel a devious plot, or will the killer get away with murder twice over? A twisting, atmospheric 1920s country house mystery with a devastating final act, perfect for fans of Agatha Christie, T.E. Kinsley, and Lee Strauss. Whew, that sounds really cute. Are you enjoying it? Oh, nice. So this, I did look it up, and this is a series. I think this current one is number 7 in the series. So if you're into this, you can really dive in with this this series of stories. Sorry, my phone is beeping. There we go. So yeah, that one sounds really nice, actually. So let's see, we'll keep going. And Red Pill's saying hi and good afternoon. And the bot is demanding that everybody tickles the like button, please and thank you. And Susan saying, yes, it is a NetGalley. It will be a 5-star for me. The entire series is outstanding. Also, I could recommend the Lord Edgington series by the same author, overlapping characters. Ooh, I love that, because when you kind of get into something and you want it to keep going. Reminds me of like Dean Koontz, his character Odd Thomas, and then he ended up writing all these different books about Odd Thomas because this character was so popular that I guess fans were demanding more about him and more stories of him. So it was I think I read 4 or 5 of the Odd Thomas books way back 20 years ago. So Anne is letting us know what books she got. Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service by Carol Leoning. Is that Zero Fail? Is that a nonfiction? Mr. Pip by Lloyd Jones. The Year of Reading Dangerously by Andy Miller. And The Fix, Saving America from the Corruption. Interesting. It sounds like it's a couple novels and a couple nonfiction. Oh, Saving America from the Corruption of a Mob-Style Government by Barbara McQuaid. Interesting. My phone has been ringing constantly. And then my cell phone's ringing constantly. And my husband's phone, he left his phone here, so it's ringing in the other room constantly. And I don't know why we're so popular today, but if you hear the phone ring all of a sudden, that's just how my day sounds. And it was like as soon as we switched over, because we switched our internet and our phone, so we go back and forth. So when they knock at the door and they're like, yeah, I'm with Bell, we'll tell them what we're paying with Cogeco. And if they will give us a better price, a better deal, then we'll switch. So every few years we switch back and forth. And I always forget all the things that have to be reconnected to the internet, and that the phone will ring like crazy for the first week or so. So that's what we're going through. And Susan's saying, any of your books sound great. Looking forward to your thoughts. Nice. And saying, I try to alternate between fiction and nonfiction. I have a few nonfiction books waiting for me, but I'm like, I do that thing. Do you ever find that you just have so many books that it's almost like I feel for myself, I have so many books that I need to read that it's literally mood reading or nothing for me. If I try to plan, it doesn't work. I just have to read the next thing that strikes my fancy. And if I'm going to read some nonfiction, I'm going to have to force myself to do it, because they just are piling up around me. My e-reader's full. My TBR, I'm going to have to live to be about 400 years old. So I'm like, no boundaries. That's the problem. Red Pill saying it's been a crazy weekend, lots of rain, 150 millimeters of rain in one day. It did affect me. Yeah, I saw that. Montreal was flooded, like like seriously flooded. And there's a naturopath I was listening to. She was talking about the cloud seeding, and I thought, yeah. And then the shooting yesterday, terrible. Montreal is having a crazy week, that's for sure. And Red Pill saying that she's going to get out to do some biking. Nice. It's nice and sunny here too, so hopefully you get a good day. And Alicia's saying, I can usually stick to my TBR list each month, but I'm getting distracted this year with all the different books, and it doesn't help with the current state of the library. Perhaps if I didn't watch so many booktubes, I wouldn't have such a long TBR. Right? Because every time, like here, during the course of 5 hours sitting here with all of you, I'm probably going to hear around 10 books. And then I add a bunch of them to my own TBR because I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah. And I'm really trying hard for Summerween because I picked 7 books to read for June, July, August for Summerween. And I'm really trying hard to stick to this. Like, this is effort for me. This is a lot of work. Like, listening to audiobooks is a lot of work for me. It's real effort. Sticking to my TBR because, like I said, I've got 3 nonfiction sitting there waiting for me. And now I'm excited about Legends and Lattes. And last night when my son was getting his senior pictures taken, the photographer, who's a big nerd too, she was talking about Dungeon Crawler car. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard being a reader. And Susan saying TBR should be called wishful thinking, right? I'm going to have to leave my TBR in my will to all of my descendants and say, here, read these books. Go to YouTube and tell everyone what you think of them. Ren saying, I struggle to follow TBRs. I need to mood read in between. Yeah. Because see, like right now I'm reading my Summerween. The first one, I DNF'd it because I didn't like it. So now I'm like, do I feel guilty? Do I just skip ahead? Do I keep, yeah. Good times. Good times. Red Pill saying yesterday was on lockdown, house lockdown with the shooting. Oh, the shooting was in your neighborhood? Are you in Dinesh? Like that? Oh my gosh. Why did I thought, is your area part of NDG? That was, because yeah, that was crazy. In case, so for the people who aren't Canadians, in May, we had a police officer die on the highway. 2 weeks ago, a police officer up north was shot and killed on duty. A couple days later, another police officer in Toronto was shot and killed on duty, which is why I was at a police funeral last week, and I'm at a police funeral tomorrow. And then out, I think in Saskatchewan, a couple RCMP officers were shot. And then yesterday in Montreal, a Montreal police officer was shot and killed. And a civilian was killed as well. So it's just been a crazy month. Absolute crazy month. And that's kind of scary, Red Pill, that it was in your neighborhood. Yeah. Things have gone crazy. Anne is saying, Susan, I call my TBR the pile of possibilities. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. We need to make like a bookshelf that's just the pile of possibilities. Ren saying, reading was easier before BookTube since I read whatever I picked up at the bookstore, reading the backs of covers and all. Yeah. And this, every time that I start to feel this way, I think about the conversation you and I had about how we don't, like, kids today have no boundaries in terms of what they can consume. And so I feel the same way. It's like, one of my favorite like YouTuber, TikToker, Instagrammer is Sydney Books, because she reads a lot of thrillers. I've read a lot of the books that she's recommended, but she's reading 50 books a month, and I can read tops 4 books a month. So my TBR list grows constantly, and I have to think about what I'm going to read. So yeah, it's when I was young, like say when I was little, I read the Trixie Belden books. It was my favorite books. And so when it was my birthday or Easter, Christmas, whenever there was like an occasion to receive a gift, I probably got the next Trixie Belden book in, because they're numbered, just like the Nancy Drew and all those, they're numbered. So I would just get the next one, so I'd end up with a few of them over the course of a year. But now it's like there's 50 million books and not enough. There's only one of me to read them all. So it's hard. I need some guardrails and boundaries for this reading gig that I've got going on here. Ren saying, now I go in with a bunch of books that I want and I just need to read all the things. Yeah. And while I'm reading one book, I'm like thinking about the next book I'm going to read and trying to keep up. It's a lot. It's an awful lot. Definitely a ton of work. All right, but it's fun work. And who else gets to feel the pressure of their, there's work that's waiting for them, but then still be socializing and having fun and talking about, all the work, the GBR work, with all the people having the same problem. I think that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, that is coming up to 1 o'clock. So why don't we sprint until 2? We'll get a bunch more stuff done. And then we'll play bingo when we come back. And we'll have a little prize action, get some happy mail out the door, and see who will be our winners today. And Alicia's saying we might be putting Dungeon Crawler Carl on the book club poll for After Crooked Kingdom. Oh, yes, please. Because then that will kind of force me to read it. And Ren saying, but I prefer it this way, rather have too many compared to not enough. Yeah, could you imagine being stuck on an island with one book and that book is Verity? Yeah. Red Pill saying it's in Côte de Neige, NDG. Okay. So NDG is a part of Montreal and Côte de Neige is like a neighborhood within there. I shop in the stores. Scary. I had to change my plans. Yeah. So there was I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world. I can only speak to Canada. There's a big issue with anti-Semitism here, and it's vicious, and people are going crazy. And the people who want the guns banned, well, that's their weapon of choice. So the world has gone crazy, particularly in Canada. Actually, it's fascinating hearing people who are coming to Canada and America for the FIFA World Cup thing. And people are talking about America saying, we've been lied to about this place. This place is amazing. And then people, when they come to Canada, they're like, we've been lied to about Canada. Canada's a third world country. And I'm like, yes, thank you. Thank you. Finally, people are starting to see what we're experiencing here. The violence, the shooting, the anti-Semitism, just like, and when I say violence, I'm not talking like necessarily gangs, like that's a whole thing. But you could be standing in line in the grocery store and some old woman will haul off and punch you in the face. Like it's bad. It's getting bad. So yeah, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad that the police and the municipality were on top of it so quickly to lock you down so that you knew to stay home and be safe. Because yeah, it was outside like a store, like I think it's like a kind of a grocery store or something. I don't know the Montreal, like the Quebec stores are different than the rest of Canada. So I don't know what that store actually is where it took place. Susan saying, are these shootings related or individual? So tragic. Well, we have a lot of like Hamas and IRGC and stuff like that, people who've come into the country and they've been let in unvetted, and they're just causing a lot of problems and violence. Plus, we have a lot of mental health issues. The manifesto, the guy who did this yesterday, the shooter yesterday, the manifesto, a journalist got their hands on it and published it. It's online. So you can read the manifesto of like what was going through this guy's head. And that's pretty typical of a lot of people in Canada. When I read it, I was like, yeah, I know all kinds of people like this and I avoid them the best I can. So yeah. Susan is saying to Anne, that's great. I'm assuming that was the pile of possibilities. Is that right? And saying to Red Pill, we were on lockdown last Tuesday because someone shot and killed and the other wounded another at the hospital 3 blocks from our house. They found the shooter about midnight. Interesting. Lola's saying, I can help you read the TBR. I don't mind. Mine technically is over 2,000 on Goodreads. I don't think of it as a TBR though. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I kind of have like my top tier TBR and then my maybe someday TBR. So I do tend, like say for the summer, I picked the books I wanted to read for the summer. And then I have my books I want to read in autumn. And then I have like my Christmas and winter books, but it's very flexible because, if somebody comes out with a new book that everyone's talking about, well, I'm not going to be left out. That's for sure. But yeah, maybe what we need to do is just read a book and then publish a book review or talk about the book, teach everyone about the book so we don't all have to read it. And then Alicia's saying, when making my TBR, I first get the book club books on the list. I have 2 book clubs. See, I'm not in any book clubs except for when I jump into a booktube book club. So Blake Hart's Books is doing her Summer Ween. That's what my Summer Ween stuff is about. And then It's Not Her by Mary Kubica. That was part of it. And so she's got a discussion session coming up soon, July 2nd. So I like that kind of thing, but I don't belong to any real life, like physical, I have to physically go places, book clubs. Oh, sorry. And then book club, I have 2 book clubs, and then I pick a nonfiction, then a book series book, a romance book. Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it. So you kind of do get to mood read, but with a variety of styles. And now I have my reading challenge, and I add any wrapped books earned there. What does that mean? And now I have my reading challenge, and I add any wrapped books earned there. What's wrapped books? And Red Pill saying there was an update on phone alert. Yeah, that's how they do it now with it's not an Amber Alert, it's like a just an emergency alert. I can't remember what they're called, but it's quite a limited. Like I didn't get it, but it would have been just in the area where you are. They would have targeted that alert there. Montreal has gone downhill. That's a shame. That's too bad. But I think it's the same everywhere. Like you go anywhere and it looks like a third world country. Like I don't even want to go to Toronto anymore because it's just gross and it's not worth it. And saying we had the problem of getting our daughter home from work because her bus was on detour away from us. Neely went outside to go get her and the cop threatened to arrest her. We got her home. Wow. Yeah. I can see that happening, that it's better that she just be as far away as possible. But as parents, you're like, where's my kid? Right? Like I would be the same way. Alicia's saying my wrapped books I wrapped, and they are newly purchased books. I have to read books older on my shelves to earn the wrapped books. That's a neat way of doing it. So you bring home a book and then you wrap it like in brown paper and put it on the shelf. So you eventually don't know what books are wrapped up. And then you read a book that you've put pressure on yourself to read. And then when you read it, then you can pull one of the exciting wrapped books. That's kind of a neat way to do it. I saw a really cool booktube thing. And it was, you wrap all your books and you number them. And then you take little pieces of paper, put them in a jar with the numbers on it. So then you pull out a number. And if you pull like number 22, then you pull book 22 off the shelf. And that's what you have to read. I think that's a good way of getting through the TBRs as well. Or you could do the spinny wheel thing or just do what I do and just pull them off the shelf and leave them next to you, looming, shaming me. Staring at me till I pick them up. Red Pill saying need new leaders. Yeah, like Canada needs an absolute overhaul in terms of governments at every level. Like burn it to the ground. No government at all anywhere. Let society figure it out. I think that would be better than what we've got going on. And Anne saying we got reverse 911 call. Oh, so they called you to tell you? Like it's like a phone alert system? We have that here. It's run through the municipality that if there's an emergency, like a few years ago, there was the ice storm. So we were getting calls and alerts about that. And then there was one time that our water tower broke, and so we had no water, and the town rigged it so we could have like unfiltered water so people could shower, but we couldn't drink any water or anything like that. So we were getting alerts of what parking lot to go to where there'd be transport trucks full of cases of water, and you just pull in and some volunteers would toss a few cases in your car and you drive off and the next person comes in. So it's the alert system is primo. We love it. So then you don't have to go searching for information. You don't have to try to figure out where to find the information, which is a big one for a lot of people, because I don't know why people don't know about Google, but it's there and not everybody knows how to find things. So getting the phone calls was super, super handy. And Alicia's saying, I have a list of the wrapped books, but last time I wrapped books, my husband helped. And so I don't know if I'm unwrapping 1 book, 2 books, or 4 books. Oh, nice. That's fun. And then mix them all up. So you really don't know what books are in there. And Anna's saying, the library is downtown and we don't want her wandering around downtown by herself after work. Well, yeah, but we also don't want her shot on the bus on the way home either. So, it's like better that she not be in the area, even if she's, ducked into a cafe or something to just hang out till it blows over. Because, yeah, like my son is the same. Like if he was having to take the bus home and something was going on, I would be like, just stay where you are, do what the police say, and get somewhere safe. Red Pill saying this is worldly problems. Yeah, this is happening all over the world. Like, look at what's happened in the UK. Like, my bot just went. my bot is drinking its Alani too, as it just went crazy there. And there's my Discord. If you want to take part in show and tell in the final hour today, pop your pictures into the chit chat department. And my Substack, I've got a blog there all summer. It's free for the moment. Come September, we're going to switch from summer content to autumn content. And it's all cozy. And Alicia's saying, I made the list so I wouldn't rebuy the books and have duplicates. That's a good idea. Because I've done that. Where I've thought, oh, I wanted to read this book. And I'm like, get home and realize I already have it. And saying, we heard the shooter was caught on TV before they called us to let us know we could unshelter. It was 2 hours after we heard he was caught. I guess they forgot. Or maybe they were busy doing stuff and didn't have somebody to go sit down and record a message. Maybe, Also, too, at the same time, there's always a chance that there's more than one that's still out there. So, yeah, who knows? All right, let's do a sprint. We've got 55 minutes now. So we'll sprint till 2:00. And I'll pop my little thingy up there. There we go. And let me know what you're going to work on. When we come back, we'll chat about our next book, which Ren is going to read once her stuff is all charged up, and we'll play a little bingo, and we'll get some happy mail out there. Okay, let me know what you're going to work on, and happy sprinting. All right, friends, how did we do? I got some knitting done, which is good. And I got myself a little more organized for the rest of the week. I have a meeting tomorrow night, but I don't know if I'm going to be back in time. So I've printed everything off and left it in my mailbox for my partner on the board to pick up. So she's got all the paperwork that we need. And then if I'm not there, at least she's got everything and can present all of our proposals to the board. So that was a little, took a little doing. And then I got some knitting done on my pink pearly scarf, and was watching a video. A friend of mine in Toronto has a YouTube channel. So he was just talking about some of the stuff that went on in Montreal yesterday. So I was listening to him and getting his take on everything. So yeah, good times, good times. Red Pill's saying that she's going to go biking. Nice. In the Mount Royal Park. Fun. That'll be nice. It's a gorgeous day, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Reading Land by Maggie O'Farrell. Beautiful story and prose. I did pull that one up, so we'll chat about it in a few minutes. And Anne saying, here's another funny. I tell people I have a vitamin B deficiency. B for books. That's very cute. I like that. Pile of possibilities, though, is still my favorite so far. Or wishful thinking. Yeah. Yeah. And Anne just took 2 extra strength acetaminophen. Let's hope this helps. Yeah, I hope it does. I actually had to go take an Advil and drink an Alani to try to get rid of my headache. So good times. And Anne saying, I just got a notification that Anne Patchett, author of Whistler, will be awarded the 2026 Library of Congress Prize for American Fiction. That sounds like a big deal. I don't know what the Library of Congress is, though. Is it like actually a real library? Like where you go and get books? Because Congress is like part of your government. Is that right? We don't have Congress here. Alicia's off to the post office. Might miss some of the chatty bit. No problem. We will be here till 5 o'clock. Alicia saying, I cleaned up my desk from journaling and then started planner updates, but need to get this errand done. Well, safe travels. Don't forget to stretch and drink some water. That's very, very important. And Ren watched some YouTube. What were you watching? I want to know what people watch when they're not YouTubing. Like, what do you... Like, I like to watch I like to watch books. I like to watch stories or videos about adding whimsy to my life. I've got a bunch of those on my watch later list. Let me see here. Mail club videos. I find those are quite fascinating. And then mostly like a random bunch of things. Like just things that strike my fancy in the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like I've got some in there about personal curriculums, so I can hear what people do with that. And what else have I got on my watch later list? I can't remember. Lots of like Canadian news and politics for sure. And I just added some stuff this morning. Oh, this guy in Toronto, America is exposing Canada in the World Cup of Culture. That was the title of his video. So I thought that was kind of neat. There was a couple Summerween videos there, some preparing for Halloween stuff, of course, my favorite thing, Halloween. And yeah, just some vlogs. So I'm always curious what people watch when they're not like like when you're passively watching, like it's just playing and you're hanging out, you're not really taking part. And Ren is saying, but my phone is fully charged now, so I'll be listening to my audiobook in the next sprint. Now, is that the On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous? Because this sounded really sweet. It has a 4.0 rating on Goodreads. On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous is a letter from a son to a mother who cannot read. Written when the speaker, Little Dog, is in his late 20s, the letter unearths a family's history that began before he was born, a history whose epicenter is rooted in Vietnam and serves as a doorway into parts of his life his mother has never known. All of it leading to an unforgettable revelation. At once a witness to the fraught yet undeniable love between a single mother and her son, it is also a brutally honest exploration of race, class, and masculinity. Asking questions central to our American moment, immersed as we are in addiction, violence, and trauma, but undergirded by compassion and tenderness. On Earth, We're Briefly Gorgeous is as much about the power of telling one's own story as it is about the obliterating silence of not being heard. With stunning urgency and grace, Ocean Vuong, I believe is maybe how you say it, writes of people caught between disparate worlds and asks how we heal and rescue one another without forsaking who we are. The question of how to survive and how to make it a kind of joy powers the most important debut novel of many years. Oh, that sounds really interesting. I can't wait to hear what you think of it. So that's your audiobook. Nice. Ren saying, I watched some videos on people trying different snacks for each of the World Cup countries, some reading vlogs and book shopping hauls. Nice. That'd be interesting, the snacks for all the places in the world. That would be kind of neat. Did they have poutine? And you know what? I have a walking channel, like where I film my walks. And the one I did on the weekend, 2 weeks, so not this weekend past, but the weekend before, I was in another city. So I filmed out there and I stopped and I had a bag of chips under my arms and I literally said the crinkling, the rustling you could hear is because I'm Canadian. So I have a bag of chips under my arm. And so, yeah, Canadians, we like our chips and we like all of our fancy flavors of chips. So I hope that Canadian potato chips made the list. Covered Bridge, thank you very much, is the brand. That's a hardcore Canadian brand. And their factory burned down a few years ago. And like, I think the whole country just collectively wept, but they rebuilt and they're back. So yeah. And Ren is saying, yeah, On Earth, We're Briefly Gorgeous is the audiobook. Yes. Well, that sounds like a really nice, a really interesting story, like a nice story. Like it's I feel like it's been going to be kind of brutal, but at the same time, really like nice to read, if that makes sense. Like well-written story that I like when a story like changes me. Do you know what I mean? Like reading something kind of makes me see the world different, which makes me a different person, if that makes sense. So yeah, there we go. And then we have, I think it was Anne was reading Land. So if she's still here, then we will hear about her story. And then if we have enough people, we'll play some bingo. I know summer's hard. Lots of people are talking about how their numbers are tanking. And I'm like, well, it's the summer. So I know myself, I'm just super busy and not necessarily like I think I've missed like Paula doing like her Monday with like Jackbox and everything. I think I've missed that 2 weeks in a row now. I've just been too busy to sit down and hang out. So yeah, there we go. And the chat just stopped. So let me just check to see. Okay, it's fine. Everything's working just fine. All right. Shall we play bingo? Or do you want to sprint more? Because I've got tons of prizes. So if we don't play bingo today, we're going to have to start to playing bingo on a whole other day. So I can get all these prizes out into the world. So just let me know in the chat, bingo or sprint. Mm-mm. And if you're here watching and you haven't said hello yet, please say hi so we can say hi to you. And while we wait, I was watching on Netflix this crazy documentary called Maternal Instinct. And it's like one of those stories. It happens a lot more than you'd think, but it doesn't really make the mainstream quite as much, because I just was yesterday listening to a story of almost the exact same kind of thing, where a woman meets a guy, lie. Everything is a lie. And she fakes a pregnancy because you can order the scans and everything online. Everything looks so real. She had like the fake baby bumps, everything. And so then, oh, she even had a baby shower and a gender reveal. And it was her boyfriend and his family who were starting to think something's not really right here. And then all of a sudden, so she got a reborn. That's right. So all of a sudden she's got a reborn doll. She's showing that off as the baby. And then all of a sudden, after a couple weeks, every picture of the baby's gone. And people are like, what's going on? And then she said, oh, the baby died. But what she had done was laid the groundwork while she was pregnant and told everybody that the baby had a congenital heart defect. So we were laying the groundwork for the rest of the story. So that was the story I heard yesterday. And the documentary I watched was about a woman who, hey Geeky, how you doing? Exact same thing. She meets a guy, lies about everything, lies about she's inheriting millions of dollars, lies about the relationship with her family, lies about every single thing, and then tells him that she's pregnant. Now she's got to fake the whole pregnancy. And it's like people are looking at pictures of her like at her baby shower. Like normally your baby shower is like what? Like 6-8 weeks before your baby's due. People are like, that's not a pregnant woman. That's not someone who's pregnant. And then she ended up she became a wedding photographer and became friends with a bride that she of a wedding that she photographed. And the bride got pregnant and was super, super happy and everything's great. And this woman who faked her pregnancy, because now she's either got to have a dead baby or kill someone to get a baby. So she kills this woman and gets the baby and is driving down the highway. But she's like connived a whole story where she sends her boyfriend on an errand, a fake errand, like 4 hours away. So he's not there for any of this. And so she's calling the police and she's on the highway with this baby in her lap that she's like killed someone to take. And then sadly the baby died too. And so this woman is in the hospital and the police out from the start are like, this woman's just given birth on the highway. Like, we've got to get her help. They take her to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And then the suspicion starts when she refuses to allow doctors to check her out to make sure she's okay, because she's not giving birth, right? So a doctor comes in and 2 minutes later, he's like, no, she didn't give birth. And so the whole story was just bonkers, absolutely bonkers. So yeah, and there's like, I just watched the documentary, but then yesterday heard a whole other story, exactly the same kind of thing. And it's one of those things that it's always going to end in tragedy, because these women have painted themselves into a corner with their lies. And like at some point it has to come to a head. And it's absolutely crazy, the things that have gone on. Like even a guy I know in town, he had a girlfriend. She got pregnant. She really was pregnant, had the baby had a health condition, was airlifted to Toronto to Sick Kids Hospital. And while, and the doctors are like trying to save this baby's life and everything. And then they realize this might be a genetic condition. So they start testing everybody to see like where did this genetic condition come from. And then they had to pull this guy, he lived around the corner from me. They had to pull him into a room privately and let him know this is not his baby. And he had been on the news talking about how incredible the medical team was and the helicopter staff and everything that took them. He's like, I'm, in one day I've given birth, or my girlfriend's given birth to a baby. I've become a father and I'm in a helicopter, and all this is going on all within a few hours, and talked about how overwhelming it was. And it wasn't even his baby. And then she left him for the baby daddy and then married a whole other guy. And I know that because I was there. So yeah, crazy. Lola's saying, I was outside with the dog just listening to your stories. Geeky saying, hi, all, happy Tuesday. Lola saying, I saw a real story about that scenario too. Girls be crazy, right? Like, I don't know what's going on with all of this. Like, I don't remember growing up hearing stories like this. It seems to be a new phenomenon of all of these like fake pregnancies and stuff. So if you want to watch it on Netflix, it's called Maternal Instinct, I believe. And don't lurk in the bushes. Say hello. Hello. All right. Let's dive into another sprint. It doesn't sound like anybody wants to play bingo. So we will dive into another sprint. And if Anne comes back, then we will talk about her book on the next chatty bit. I will close the bingo since we're not going to do that. I'm so glad I bought all those prizes. So maybe we'll do like a Wednesday evening bingo. I know Donna Marie has a readathon thing. I'm one of the hosts in her readathon, so maybe we'll do bingo as part of that too. Okay, so let's do a little sprint. We'll go till 3:30. So an hour and 15 minutes. There we go. And stick around. Just make sure that you're actually live so you don't miss anything, because I've done that where I've thought I was live or like I thought I was watching someone live, and then realized I was 5 minutes behind, and that's why I didn't really understand what was going on. Good times. Good times. All right. Happy sprinting, everyone. We'll see you in an hour and 13 minutes. All right, how did we do? I got lots done. I have a whole bunch of all my little daily tasks for everything, like journal and update my, make shorts of all my videos, all the, the little things that you do throughout the day. Get B-roll, check my DMs, et cetera, et cetera. So I was working on that. So I got a bunch of little things done. I actually went out to my garden and snipped some fresh rosemary, chopped it all up because I'm going to make rosemary cashews tonight when I'm making the sandwiches for the band at the funeral tomorrow. Then I will also make cashews at the same time. And yes, I will share that recipe in my June vlog. So stay tuned. And because it's a really, really simple one. I usually make it at Christmas, but I didn't make them this last Christmas. So I thought, well, maybe we'll have a little summer treat. So I'm going to make that and toss in some laundry later, all the things. So that's what I was working on. And also was plotting out my June vlog of everything that I need to include and film talking heads for, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I was doing. Some admin stuff, some YouTube stuff, and got all of that done, which is nice. So, big helicopters going over my house right now. The whole house just kind of shook for a second. And Alicia has shared some pictures of her, she said what they are, journal spreads. Oh, those are really cute. Oh, you're getting, she's got October, my favorite. So I'll share those pictures during this show and tell section in about an hour. And let's see, where were we? We'll go back to the start of the chat. Lola was saying I'd play bingo, but it's no fun if nobody joins in, right? I thought we'd at least get a handful of people today, but nope, not today. And Anne is saying the Library of Congress is the repository for books printed in the United States. Interesting. Does that mean every book that is printed in the US, there's a copy in that building? Is it a building? I'm assuming it's a building. Do they have to be American authors or just American publishers? Because if it's printed in the United States, it could be an author from anywhere, right? Or is it specifically American authors? And Kelsey popped in saying, hello, everyone. Joining late today. I went for lunch and a library date with my grandmother. That's so sweet. I love that you have a grandmother still around and you get to hang out with her. And Hazelthorn to read during the sprints. Let's pull that one up. And if you wouldn't mind all just checking that you're actually live, if you tap the little like button, that will get you up to speed, because it looks like YouTube's playing its games. And let's see here. It's horror, fantasy, young adult, gothic, LGB. Everything's LGB these days. Every time I see a book, it says LGB. And Alicia was asking where the show and tell goes. So we got that sorted out. And Anne is saying Anne's there. Because earlier on the chatty bit, I didn't know if Anne was still here to talk about her book. And she said she was leaving a message for the social worker. Well, I hope everything is okay. And Kelsey's saying, oh, wow, I have some rosemary in my garden too. I'll definitely be looking out for that recipe. It's a good one. It's a good one. And like I said, it's quite a Christmassy sort of thing, but I just felt like it now. So that will be in my June vlog. And if you have, well, your rosemary will be fine in a few weeks still. So you could use fresh. I was going to say, if not, grab some now and dry it so that you can use it for the recipe later. But if you're going to wait till Christmas, then definitely dry out your rosemary and like just hang it up in your kitchen to dry, and you'll have your own rosemary for free at Christmas time for all of your rosemary needs. And Anne saying American author. Okay, cool. So it's all American authors. That's interesting. I wonder if other countries do that. I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask around. So I believe it was Anne was saying that she's reading Land by Maggie O'Farrell. And it has a 4.32 rating on Goodreads. A spellbinding story of separation, longing, recovery, and survival as an aftermath of tragedy. On a windswept peninsula stretching out into the Atlantic, Thomas and his reluctant son Liam are working for the Great Ordnance Survey Project to map the whole of Ireland. The year is 1865, and in a country not long since ravaged and emptied by the Great Hunger, the task is not an easy one. Thomas, however, is determined that his maps will be a record of the disaster. The British soldiers in charge are due to arrive any day, expecting the work to be completed, but Thomas is sent off course by an unsettling encounter in a copse. His life and those of his family will never be the same again. Liam is terrified by the sudden change in his, I don't know how to say this word, taciturn father. Is that how you say it? What was it that caused such cracks to open in Thomas, and how is Liam, aged only 10, going to finish the mapping and get them both home? Land is a story of buried treasure, overlapping lives, ancient woodland, persistent ghosts, a particularly loyal dog, and how, when it comes to both land and history, nothing ever goes away. Well, I'm adding that to my TBR. Historical fiction, fiction, Ireland, literary fiction, Irish literature, book club, and it's got lots of reviews, so lots of people had things to say about it. That's interesting. My father's line. So his father's father's father brought his family from Ireland to Scotland in this same time period. I think they landed in 1864 in Scotland, and which lines up exactly with this story, and that they would have left Ireland because of the famine that they had there. So that's quite interesting. And Anne is saying the prose is beautiful. Yeah, it sounds like it's got great ratings. And it sounds like a really, really interesting story. Are you enjoying it? Like, are you enjoying the story as much as the writing? Does that make sense? And Kelsey saying, Anne, you're always reading such interesting finds, right? I still have the soldier one on there. The Remembered Soldier, that's on my autumn list for hibernation season, digging into the interesting deep books that Anne has recommended for us. So the Remembered Soldier, and then there was another one that Anne recommended, and I can't remember what it is, that I thought was going to be a really, really good winter read for when there's like books like beach reads, you need a fluffy read for the summer because you don't want to have to use your brain too much. But then in the winter, it's like, okay, I can dig into something deep in the winter, Let me see here. Looking at my Goodreads want to read. And I know there was one that Anne recommended a couple months ago. And I think it was around the same time that Anne was reading The Remembered Soldier. Judge Stone, that's what it was. Oh, and then there was The Ferryman and His Wife. See, yeah, you had a whole bunch of really, really interesting books. And Anne saying, I'm loving it in every way. Oh, yay, I love that. I love when we like grab a book and it's all the dopamine. All the dopamines. Yeah. So I On the next sprint, I'm going to get the cashews in the oven. So they should be done in time to share them on screen. And then so you can see what they look like. And I'm going to start getting ready to make sandwiches tonight, toss in some laundry, etc., 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 etc. All the little things. No band tonight, which is great because all the pipe majors have other commitments. They're police officers and fathers. So they've got kid stuff to deal with. There's police stuff going on. So no band tonight, which is great. I don't have to, jump off here and rush out the door. So I'm going to get all kinds of little things done. And Anne is saying another very good book is The Calamity Club by Catherine Stockett. I think we talked about that one a little while ago here. And I keep seeing it in the bookstore. I think I've got it on my list, but we'll pull it up. My nose is starting to run. Oh, that one's got great readings. 4.59. Set in 1933, Oxford, Mississippi, the Great Depression. Oh, it's about a little girl. 11-year-old Meg, one of the unadoptable big girls at the Lafayette County Orphan Asylum, fights each day to keep her spirit unbowed. Bertie, unmarried and outspoken, has come to Oxford on a mission to ask her social climbing sister to help the struggling family she's left behind. And Charlie is a woman with a past, running low on luck, but driven by fire, fury, and grit. When their fates converge, they come up with an audacious plan to take back control of their lives. Together, they form an unlikely sisterhood, but in a place and time where hypocrisy is rife, women's freedom is fragile, and making an enemy can have dire consequences. Will the price they pay for their outrageous risk-taking be too high? That one sounds good. Yeah, it's on my TBR because it does. And I see it every time I walk in the bookstore. It's like front and center. They want you to read this book. So it's probably, is she an American author? So is she going to be up for some prizes? I'm assuming this book is going to be on one of the prize lists since everybody's talking about it. Not that I know anything about the prize lists, but certainly I know when everyone's talking about a book, it might end up on one of these lists. And then in a couple minutes, we will jump back into a sprint. We'll get Alicia's photos transferred, like converted into a format for here, and then we'll share them before we finish. And then we'll... There we go. Oh, I read that when it came out. And saying that this author, that's right. Now I remember that being said about this book, The Calamity Club. She also wrote The Help, which was made into a movie 15 years ago. Oh, I don't like hearing that. Has it been 15 years? Really? And we got old together. I'm like, what? 15 years ago? Really? Oof. Yeah. The 2000s are going fast, aren't they? Because I read the book when it came out. And I went to see the movie in the theaters too. Was that really 15 years ago? What have I done in the last 15 years? Holy smokes. And then I remember I started writing my novel about 10 years ago. It's not done. It's nowhere near done. Because I was in a writing class, and I remember at the time that I started writing it, how many people asked me if it was going to be my small town's version of The Help. I was like, it might be. It might be. I should maybe revisit that book. Because I was actually like putting it chapter by chapter onto Wattpad. So the public was reading it. And it was quite an interesting experience because the public was reading it, but they didn't have the whole story. They were just reading it as it unfolded, like almost like one of like Armistead Maupin or oh, what's the guy who wrote the Scotland Street books? Oh, I can't remember his name. And he sent me Alexander McCall Smith. So Armistead Maupin and Alexander McCall Smith both did the same thing that and I think Dickens did this too, that it would, their stories were in newspapers, and like each week the next installment would be in the paper. And Okay, are we back? Did it work? Let's see. Okay, I got it to work, I think. Okay, thank you, Anne. Thank you. Of course, my screen here looks weird. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why this happens every single time. It's really starting to wear me down as a human being. We've got to be honest. Like we just changed internet companies, so this should not be happening. And yeah, the restream is frozen. Let's see if okay. Are we back? I think we're back. I think it's working now. No. I give up. Like the whole, nothing is working. Like the whole restream just will not work. Can you, Anne, can you see me talking? Like, can you, like, because nothing, like I can't do anything in the back end. So I can't put comments on the screen or anything like that. And all I can, like I clicked this came up with the bingo, but then I can't, it won't do anything in the back end. So like I can't put up the chat, I can't put up the captions, and I've rebooted or I've like reloaded it a couple times and it just will not work. Okay, well, we'll just chitty chat then. Because I can see me. I can, like, I'm on YouTube right now, I can see me, but the back end, I'll show you what I see. I'll show you what I'm seeing right now. And nothing is clicking. And like, even though the little mouse looks like, oh, it came back. It came back. Okay. Phew. This is so hard. This is so hard. Thanks for hanging in with me. I'm like, my only connection to life right now is Anne. So, okay, I think we're good. I think it's working now. Because I can see me on YouTube and I can see me here in my restream. So I think we're all right. Okay, how about that? How about we go on a sprint? Oh, we can all like breathe. And let's see here. We'll move the camera around. Okay. Yeah, Kelsey, it was like at my end, I couldn't, like my restream in the back end just wouldn't do the things. Oh, and now I can't click on the chat either. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I don't know if it's my, well, I lost my internet. So because I could see in the bottom corner the internet was gone, which really is annoying because we just changed the internet. We just changed companies this week. And then the restream just wouldn't do the things. So even though like I'm clicking on the word chat, it's not showing me the chat. So I'm on YouTube right now looking at it, and we'll see it. Well, fortunately it says right here like sprint till 4:45, so we'll be okay. So why don't we jump into a little sprint, and hopefully that'll give this time to just settle down a bit, and hopefully everything will work again. And we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Let me know what you're going. Yeah, nothing's working here. The interwebs. The interwebs. Okay, I can't even turn off my mic. so I'll have to remember not to say anything I don't want y'all to hear. Oh, this is crazy. All right, let's sprint for till 3:45, and then hopefully then we'll be able to share Alicia's photos from the Discord, and because they're so pretty, I really want everyone to see her journal pages. If it's not going to work today, then I'll save them for next week. I know I don't normally do that, but I'll do that for this because yeah, we still have another hour to go, and I don't know why this is crashing. Okay, so happy sprinting, everyone. I can't turn anything off. All right, let me know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna go pop the oven on and start the cashews, and hopefully they'll be done by the time we come back so I can show you what they look like. And saying I'm waiting for 2 phone calls, so don't panic if I disappear. Awesome, thank you. And we'll see you in 45 minutes. All right, everyone, stick around. Stick around for the show. You never know what might happen here. Pardon? Are you coming to this funeral or not? Yeah, because I told you you have to let Mike know one way or the other that he's got a survey. He's not done anything, and I know you're going to say, well, I just want it back to you. Phones in the middle of the day. I sent your thing for scholarships. Did you do that? You gotta let Mike know one way or the other. All right. Yeah. Lola's saying she can hear me sighing and is like, what's going on? Yeah, because I can't, like, I can't click the chat button in the back end. I can't turn the mic off. I can't turn the camera off. So I've had to do everything as quietly as possible, hoping that no one could hear me. As I'm like, and there's a situation in a town just north of me where, and it's somebody's done that thing where they can't handle sharing space with a stranger, so they've now photographed a man in a park, posted it on social media, and want to know if he's a murderer, a creep, a pedo, like all the things. And it turns out it's a man with autism, I believe, and his father is now on a mission. So the police are now involved, and it's so that's what I was like reading, and I'm just like, oh my god, like, yeah. If you see a stranger in the park, don't take pictures of them and post them on social media asking if this is someone your children should be afraid of. Don't do that. Just don't. Just don't. Okay, let's see where we were. Anne was saying, next time we should tell our favorite book of the first half of the year and the one we're looking forward to in the second half. I think that's a great idea, and I wrote it down. So for next week, in 2 weeks, because next week I will actually be on the road during my sprint time, so there's no sprints next week, or at least not on Tuesday. I might sneak something in. We'll see if I can. I don't think I'll have time, but I wrote it down. I'll make a graphic, and then we'll do that next time. And I did say, well, I wrote it down for next week, forgetting that I won't be here next week. Glitter Librarian came in. I think that's Molly. Is that right? Molly changes her screen name every 15 minutes, and I can't keep up. And I was just saying that my restream is glitching and will not work. Paula came in, Family and Books, to say hello and give the like button some love. And Red Pill came back in. Red Pill's out on her bike, cycling around Montreal, having a great day in the sunshine. Lola said that she made it back, took the dog out, and got stopped by an old man friend. So we had to chat with him. I plan to be back by 4. Well, you didn't. I was like, where did Lola go? Where did Lola go? And Lola's saying it's chaos season again. I swear to God, it's just chaos every Tuesday here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And Alicia's saying that's frustration, right? Like, I'm like, what is going on? I have another laptop. I think I'm going to try next time in 2 weeks using that laptop for this. And maybe we'll use StreamYard instead of Restream and see if that helps, because it's like, it's so frustrating. I'm glad I don't pay for this thing because it crashes every single week. Plus I lost my internet too. And it's just like, oh man. Alicia saying, yes, Glitter Library is Molly. Thank you. Lola's saying she's angry typing, like passive aggressive dishwashing, right? Like I was already pissed off about this YouTube restream situation. And then I saw that and I'm like, yes, I will have stern words. Let's see here. Angry typing and people need hobbies, right? We live in such a low trust society. But part of that is because every single time a new person appears, everyone takes their picture and starts calling the police and everything else. Here's a great example. The other day, I guess it was last week, it was about a week ago, a woman in my town posted a picture of a man from the back saying that she had her dog off leash, number 1, that's against the bylaw, and that her dog had peed on a pile of poop. And this man just saw the pile of poop and started yelling at her to clean up after her dog. She takes his picture, films him, everything, posts it on Facebook, and then I guess somehow someone's called the police. I'd like to know what the crime is. Like, everybody thinks that everything's a crime. Like, it's just the strangest thing. Like, in the next town over, somebody left their golf clubs lying out in the open. Some people found them, were playing golf with them in the park. We have lots of homeless and people and addicts, living on the streets. And somebody took a photo and sent that to the police. And then it ends up in the news that, there's some people playing golf in the park. Meanwhile, a woman is like, someone stole my golf clubs, except nobody stole her golf clubs. She abandoned her golf clubs somewhere. Someone found them. They played with them. Anyway, the people who had the clubs took them and left them somewhere they would be found. So she got the golf clubs back. But everybody's saying, why are these people not being arrested? And I'm like, because they haven't committed a crime. Like, what crime? Read the criminal code. What crime was committed, right? So that's the thing. Everybody wants everyone arrested. And I just think to myself, well, maybe we'll get you arrested for harassing the police. So anyway, back to the man by the river yelling at a woman to pick up her dog poo. Somebody told the police that was my husband. And so my husband's at home. I'm at a police funeral. My husband's at home. He gets a phone call. And the police say, yeah, we would just want to talk about what happened yesterday. And my husband is like, that the Kojiko guy didn't show up? Like, what happened yesterday? And they're like, by the river, you yelling at someone. And he's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I've been home. Like, he's like, I had to be home the whole day waiting for the cable guy. But the police said that someone had said, this is, and they named my husband by name and the street that we live on. Except that the photograph is not my husband. The photograph is the man next door. So, yeah. So my husband said, oh no, because when I first saw the photograph, I was like, oh, that's jerk next door. But I'm like, whatever. What crime did he commit? I'm not going to call the police because somebody told somebody else to pick up their dog poo. Like, he's doing the police job. So, and he's a jerk. He's an absolute a-hole. The whole town knows that. I've had people say to me, oh, is he your next door neighbor? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, sorry. And I'm like, yeah, so it's not just me. And so anyway, guy next door has probably had a phone call from the police because my husband said, that's not me. Now, the description of the man is that he's 5'7", slim, blah, 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 blah. My husband is 6 feet tall and is knocking on 270 and has a big white beard. So he doesn't even look like the guy in the photograph. So he said to the police, yeah, the guy you're looking for is guy next door. I think that guy next door told the police it was my husband. You see, this is the kind of silliness that people do and just the nonsense that goes on. So this is a situation where we have a woman who is at the park with her kids. She sees a man she doesn't know. Immediately, she must contact the police. Let's not be those people, okay? Let's not be those people. And saying she didn't get a phone call back. Well, hopefully you get a call soon. If not, then in the morning. Alicia was saying, I was playing a game with my children on Roblox called Clean the Library. Fun. Lola's saying, ooh, when Rigby was sick, I had a chick come running out of her house. I saw your dog go to the bathroom, clean it up. I said, I promise he didn't go to the bathroom. His stomach is not working. Yeah, he's dying. And she insisted it was Rigby. Yeah. See, people, there's so a lot of people who are very, very committed to being exceptionally wrong all the time, every single time. And I see it constantly. Alicia saying, wow, right? Lola's saying, Mr. Wayne causing trouble. He needs a timeout. He's not even home right now. And saying people need to get a job, right? Like something productive to do in society besides calling the police on every single person you see. Now, what had actually happened in the park with this man is, he's got autism, he's developmentally delayed, whatever the situation is. He goes to the park every single day, apparently. And a little kid had fallen down and he helped the little kid up. And this is what my comment on the whole thing was, eventually people will watch children get killed and will just keep walking because it's not worth it. If the thought of helping a child up when they fall off their bike will land you in a conversation with the police, people just won't. I remember when my son was little and I used to take him to the park, my husband was like, no, I'm not taking him to the park by myself because there's a whole lot of women out there who'll call the police if I'm standing there by myself without a wife next to me and I'm watching the kids because I'm watching mine. So yeah, even my husband like 18 years ago would not take our son alone to the park because of this kind of thing. Lola's saying to Anne, that's the problem, too much free time. Exactly. Yeah, I think it's saying exactly. Nell, hello, how are you? Now, I know you're sprinting on Wednesday, so tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to be back in time, but I will look for you when I get in from my meeting tomorrow night to see if you're still sprinting. And then I'll hang out with you a bit because I like your vibe. Everybody should, I can't do links right now, but everybody check out. Now she sprints on Wednesday nights and it's chill vibe with some nice music and, lovely chitty chats. And it's a really chill crowd. And I love it. It's a really nice way to wind down on a Wednesday evening for sure. And Alicia's saying, and you wonder why I have so many hobbies. They keep me out of trouble, right? I knit so I don't punch people in the throat. Pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. Nell is saying, I'm well. Oh, yeah, we'll be glad to see you. And thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Nell has a lovely Wednesday night sprint, which is really, really enjoyable. And thank you, Lola. There you go, Nell. The link that Lola just dropped is Nell's channel. So we can all, I think everybody here currently is connected to each other except maybe Nell. So we'll make sure we get you into the list of our links that we drop when we remember to drop links. I need to set timers to remind me to do everything when I sprint. And but yeah, tomorrow night, because I've got the police funeral, then an EDA meeting, so I'll probably get home about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then I'll look for you now and hang out for a little bit with your cool jazz vibes. So let's see. I was looking. Somebody was got a reply. Oh, someone's agreeing with me because I had said that maybe people should just not post at all. Sadly, there's people who saw those pictures and will forever assume the man is a creep because one person can't handle sharing space with strangers. And some guy is agreeing, saying, oh, no, it's a woman agreeing. People need to stop hiding behind their keyboards when they're attacking people. So yeah, good times, good times. And saying, that's why I hate going out alone. Yeah, I just don't go out much at all. Because, yeah, people are crazy. People are crazy. Nell saying, looking forward to it. Yeah, it'll be great. It will be awesome. Okay, everybody, that is 5 o'clock. Oh, and I forgot to show, I don't know if you can see, I'm not going to be able to check. There's the cashews. I just took a few of them out of the bowl. So there, I roasted them, and then I used some butter and rosemary and a little bit of brown sugar. In my June vlog, I will put the recipe and all the pictures and everything. So, but once it, as it cools down and dries, the sugar will harden a little bit, so they won't be as greasy as they are, but they're very, very yummy. The fresh rosemary from the garden is like chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Yum. Yeah, no, these are, I was talking about these earlier. I had some cashews, so I went out to my garden, got some fresh rosemary, chopped it all up, roasted the cashews. I mixed everything together, and that'll be a little snack for all the stuff I've got coming up this week. So they'll come in the RV and in my purse and everywhere else. All right, everybody, don't forget that I'm not here next week. I will be here in 2 weeks. Next week, I will be on the road on my way to Highland Games. On Tuesday, we've got a rare weekday Highland Games. So just don't forget I won't be here. And Nell's saying I need to start a garden. You know what, Nell? It's so easy, and this is a great time to do it. If you just go to the garden centers, you can probably find the little like vegetable plants already like well on their way. And you could even just do, if you don't have a big plot in your backyard, you can do container gardens. Like it's super easy, and have pots of, like right now, my rosemary is just in a pot sitting on the deck. And it's awesome having things like that. Basil's another good one that's really easy. And basil is something that everybody uses. So, of course, someone's going to say, not everybody likes basil. Of course, I know. It's called nuance, the unspoken part. And Lola's saying, okay, bye. See you in July. Yeah, it'll be July 7th, I think, is the day that I'm back for sprinting. But I might sneak a little something in between. So, all right, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you to Lola, my ride or die, for modding for me every single week, except next week. And I hope you have an amazing evening. I might jump into somebody's chat later on. We'll see who's live tonight. And yeah, don't forget to join the Discord. Check out my Substack for my blogs, and we will see you in 2 weeks right here. Have a great evening, everyone.